him Hoi. Regarding the prisoners who were important or not important, upon arriving at our location, they were made to produce their names and have their names registered. Then some of whom would be listed as people to be sent to Prey Sar. Prosecutor, thank you. Could you please tell us who made such a decision? Response. S21 was the one who made the decision under Dutch charge. Prosecutor, thank you. So this means that any prisoner who was sent to the place where she or he would be received, the decision about their status has already made in advance. Is that correct? Response, yes, that is. Prosecutor, thank you. Regarding the prisoners who were sent to S21, was there anyone ever released to Prey Sar? Response. Anyone who was detained at Prey Sar would not be released. Prosecutor, the question is, was there any prisoner who was detained at S21 ever released to Prey Sar? Him Hoi. Response, no. Prosecutor, thank you. The accused stated that at S21 there were a kind of vehicle called Lambretta. Can you tell us whether the Lambretta was ever used to carry people in Phnom Penh while they were arrested? Him Hoi. There was a small Lambretta, but it was used for carrying vegetables, not for carrying people. Prosecutor, thank you. Now we would like to discuss a little bit about the Vietnamese soldiers. So can you tell us how long would any Vietnamese soldier be kept before he or she was interrogated? Him Hoi. I don't know about this. I only knew that they would be sent in and then they would be detained. Prosecutor, thank you. Are you aware of any thing about the confessions of the Vietnamese prisoners of war after they were interrogated? Where would the confessions be used at or for? Him Hoi. The testimony, the confessions obtained would be used to be on the radio, broadcast on radio. Prosecutor, thank you. Have you ever heard such broadcast of that confession? Him Hoi. I turned on the radio. I could hear the Vietnamese language broadcast on that radio almost every day. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you know also that the Vietnamese people who were sent to S21 were being walked on the road so that other people could see them? Him Hoi. That was a case. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you know why were they walked on the roads like that? Him Hoi. At that time, the Vietnamese soldiers were put to wear their uniforms while they were taken photograph, and that their photograph were shown later. Prosecutor, thank you. Now, we move to the interrogation sites or houses. How many houses were used for such interrogation purposes? Him Hoi. The interrogation places located on just right in front of the prison and next to the sewage system or canal, but I don't know how many there were. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you know that inside those interrogation locations were there any instruments of torture ever stored there? Him Hoi. I have no idea regarding the instruments because we are guards and we had nothing to do with the interrogators. The prosecutor, thank you. Regarding the process of detainees before they were taken out to be executed at Chiang Ek, you mentioned that detainees would be walked to the track, the waiting track, and had you ever observed that there was any detainee who could not walk? And if so, what happened to him or her? Him Hoi. For those who could not walk, they would be held or carried by guards so that they could walk to the track. Prosecutor, thank you. When detainees were being transported to the site to be executed, have you ever observed Dutch giving any instruction during such process? Him Hoi. When detainees were transported or were being transported to Chiang Ek, Dutch did not oversee this, but actually he was the one who made the decision to have these people taken away to be executed. Prosecutor, thank you. Have you ever heard of any hospital named 98 Hospital? Him Hoi. I never reached that hospital, but the wife of Dutch was the head of that hospital at that time. Prosecutor, thank you. Regarding Hospital 98, do you know any relation between the hospital to S21? Him Hoi. I don't know. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you know that the wounded Khmer soldiers who got injured in the battlefields, where were they sent to? I mean, which hospital would be sent in? Him Hoi, I don't know. Prosecutor, thank you. At S21, was there any blood drawing practice? Him Hoi, I don't know about this blood drawing practice because I was guarding outside. Prosecutor, thank you. When any detainee fell ill seriously, was he or she sent to be treated elsewhere? Him Hoi. Detainees who were very sick would be treated inside the prison only. Prosecutor, thank you. On Thursday last week, you stated that the group of Peng was in charge of children who came along with their parents, and that the Peng group would take away these children to be killed. Could you tell the court if you know anything about how execution was carried out? Him Hui, one day when the parents were being taken away to be executed at Chiang Aik, Peng actually had taken the children ahead before the parents were being taken away, but I have no idea how execution would be carried out. Prosecutor, thank you. Have you ever learned that any member of staff at S21 ever abused or sexually abused any female detainee? Him Hui, there was a guard who raped a female detainee, and he was detained later on. Prosecutor, thank you. You stated that the arrests of the people who returned from foreign countries, including France, and you said Pang, who was the head of the messengers, would conduct such arrests. Do you know where Pang worked and what his role was? Him Hui. People who returned from France would be received by Pang, who sent them to me, and he told us that he was the chief of the city messengers. Prosecutor, in which unit was Pang in, and what was his role actually? Him Hui. The only thing I learned is that he was the city messenger, and what role he performed, I have no idea. Prosecutor, thank you. Regarding the administration affairs at S21, for example, the appraisal of staff members' performance at S21. Do you know that whether there is any kind of letter to promote any member of staff at S21? Him Hui. Staff members at S21 were promoted without any proper letters or documents. People would be assigned orally or promoted orally. Prosecutor, thank you. So this means if anyone would be promoted, then he would be promoted spontaneously without any proper mechanism. Is that correct? Him Hui, that's correct. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you know whether Ho was entitled the right to promote any staff member? Him Hui. I have no idea about this, but for me, when a lot of cadres had been almost arrested and disappeared, then I would be promoted to be the chief of unit of 100. Prosecutor, thank you. Do you also know that Deutsch had ever stopped or warned any staff member or interrogators not to torture any detainee? Him Hoi. Yes, it's correct. The prosecutor, do you mean that Dutch also punished people who torture detainees? Prosecutor.
At S21, did the S21 really organize the wedding for the staff there? The President, I noticed the lawyer is on her feet. You may go ahead.
Excuse me for the interruption, but could the last question and answer be repeated? It did not come through the English, and I saw Ms. Judge Levin as well. It was not possible to listen. Could the prosecution please repeat? Thank you.
The President. Hum Hoi, I think you are confused. You are reminded again before you respond. Please wait until the red light on the microphone is on before you speak, so that the interpreters and the transcribers could hear your voice. Do you understand that? Please continue. Yes, I do, says Hum Hoi. Co-prosecutor, I will repeat my question. Did you know that if Dutch ever tried to prevent or to apply discipline to his staff who committed or who conducted torture on the prisoners? Do you understand my question? Hum Hoi. Dutch did not prevent the conduct of torture. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Question. At S21, were staff arranged to have been married by the S21? Response. At S21, there were only a couple of people who were arranged to have their marriage proceed. Question. Were the marriage volunteers among the female and the male people, and who actually organized the marriage? Response. Dutch himself organized the marriage. Question. The couples who were arranged for their marriage, did they agree to the marriage? Response. I did not know that. I was only allowed after they prepared the reception for the marriage. Question. Did you personally ever criticize Dutch on any matter? Response. I did not dare criticize him. I'm afraid I would be killed. Question. At S21, did you know who ordered Dutch on a permanent basis? Response. At S21, nobody ordered him. It was only him who ordered other people. Question. Did you know if Dutch wanted to release someone by himself, can he do that? In contrast, if Dutch wanted to arrest someone without the permission from the upper echelon, do you think he can do that? Response. He could do all these things because in that location he was the topmost leader. Question. Did you know if Dutch always got a weapon on himself? Response. He had a pistol with him all the time. Question. Did you ever see him using that weapon for any purpose? Response. I only knew that he always had his pistol with him for his own protection. Question. You already told the chamber that Thai prisoners were also arrested and sent to S21, but later they were released. Did you know where were those Thai prisoners released, arrested? Correct the interpreter, and for what reasons, and by which unit? Response. Those Thai people, I did not know the exact number, and I did not know which unit arrested them. They were arrested from the coastal area. Mr. President, I do not have more questions for this witness. But with your leave, I would like to ask a question or more to the accused. The President, you may proceed. The accused listen to the questions by the co-prosecutors and respond appropriately. Thank you, Mr. President, says the co-prosecutor. Mr. Hum Hui said Thai people were also arrested and sent to S21 and subsequently they were released. Were you aware of this? If there was a release, can you confirm the reason for their release? The accused. Mr. Co-prosecutor, the Thai people as well as the Muslim people, I did not witness personally, but their names remained on the list. The Muslim people also died, and the Thai people also died according to the list. Whoever came to S21, they would be killed. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Mr. President, I no longer have question, and I would like the floor to my colleague, the President, the International Co-Prosecutor. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Him Hoi, good morning. I would like to ask you a couple of questions about how you felt when you carried out your work at S21. Is it the case when you were at S21 you wrote out your own biography?
Hum Hui. I did not know how to write, and I asked Paint, who was a radio operator, to write on my behalf.
Thank you. I'd like to quote from that biography and ask you to comment on it. It's dated the 10th of November 1977, and the case file document number is D5, the Khmer 0005 2499 to 005 2506. The English is 0014 1004 to 0014 1008, and the French is 0029 0093 to 0029 to 0102. And I would like to quote from the English, which is at 00141007 to 1008. Mr. Him Hoi, in your biography, you state, "I have recognized my personality in the revolutionary society. Virtues I have tried hard to fulfill without hesitation or objection. Tasks big and small given to me by the party. Regardless of how much difficulty, hardship or complexity is involved in these tasks, I have tried hard to overcome them and ultimately fulfill them successfully for the party." You then describe your shortcomings or your deficiencies. "I speak impolitely to my fellow comrades, horse around a lot, am easily offended and quick in anger, and fly off the handle. My leadership of the masses has not been passionate, as a result of which the masses doing guard duty have been negligent, as a result of which enemies have been able to escape or seize weapons and kill themselves. My analysis and surveillance of the masses has not been constantly close. I have not yet been bold in keeping track of enemy activities. I continue to underestimate the extent of enemy activities. I am still lax in the fulfillment of immediate tasks and am not yet on the ball in carrying out the work. I do not frequently draw lessons learned from in the fulfillment of tasks. I still have a problem of laxness. It has only been when the upper echelons have given direction that I have a stance of being on the ball in leading the masses. My direction for improvement, after having seen my shortcomings, I would like to express my determination to improve the aspects of my personality and are of a non-revolutionary character, to absolutely clean myself up and try hard to refashion myself and build up an absolutely solid party proletarian revolutionary stance. Mr. Him Hoi, do you recognise that statement as being your own in your biography, and was it true at the time in the way that you carried out your tasks?
Him Hoi, my biography, as well as other people's biographies, they are not true. We have to put in what was required. I just needed to follow what people did. That is my response.
When you carried out your task at S21, you said that when you arrived there, firstly, that you were afraid. Were you passionate about carrying out your tasks? Were you disciplined? And did you carry them out fully?
ហើយថាតើលោកមានវិន័យត្រឹមត្រូវក្នុងការអនុវត្តការងារនោះដោយពេញលេញដែរឬទេ
When I first arrived and saw the prison, I was scared. After a while, I was assigned to be a guard, and I just followed the assignment. One day, Son Sen came for a meeting at Dutch location, and we were all called, as well as those people from prison. I raised my hand and I requested to be transferred back to the military, but it was rejected. And I was constantly worried when I worked there, since I was implicated and since the staff had been arrested. I only could not think of the concern only after I slept.
Did you enjoy your work at S21?
As I have just said, I was not satisfied with the work over there. I had no choice, because I already requested for a transfer, but it was denied.
Were you enthusiastic in your work? Did you do more than you needed to do, or did you just do enough that you felt that you had to do?
Regarding the arrest of the staff there, then everybody just spied on anybody else, and then the reports were made and more people were arrested. So we had to be straight, to well-disciplined.
In the biography, it's mentioned that there were escapes at S21. Were there some escapes at S21 whilst you were there?
Could you please state a bit further regarding the escaped? Who escaped?
Whilst you were at S21, did you notice any escapes? Did any prisoners escape from the facility?
I did not see any witness escape because I was the guard outside, but I learned that the guards who guarded the inner compound allowed an escape of a prisoner.
Was that the escape of one prisoner or more than one?
I only learned of one incident where one prisoner escaped.
In the details in biography, you state that one of the enemies seized the weapon and killed themselves. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I knew that because I was outside and then we were called in. The prisoner was in front of the building opposite the entrance. It's near Paul's residence. I did not know who interrogated him at the time, but that prisoner snatched the gun and shot himself, and then we were called in to surround that vicinity, and later the guards used an ash to spray it, and then the prisoner was shot.
Did the prisoner shoot himself or did the guard?
តើអ្នកទោសនោះបាញ់ខ្លួនឯងឬក៏ឆ្នាំយាមបាញ់អ្នកទោស
បាទពេលបាញ់ហ្នឹងមិនដឹងជាអ្នកណាបាញ់មុនអ្នកណា
I did not know who shot first because the shooting was from the north and the prisoner also had a gun with the full cartridge. So it is my conclusion that the guard actually shot the prisoner first.
Thank you.
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We're going to hear more from Him Hoi. We would like to give the floor next to the Civil Party Lawyers Group 2. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Him Hui. My name is Silke Stutzinski. I represent civil parties. That means the victims. Mr. Him Hui, could you, or I want to tell you that here in the courtroom, victims are sitting and they want to know what happened in S21 and in Chong Ek. And you could contribute if you would tell the truth to them, especially as far as they themselves are concerned or their relatives. My first question to you is, did you ever ill-treat anybody in S21?
Him Hoi, I had never ill-treated anybody at the detention facility, and I could not help anyone, and when I was on duty, I was under duress and order.
Mr. Him Hui, do you know Mr. Bumeng?
Him Hoi, yes, I do. When I opened the door at the workshop, he asked me whether I saw his wife or not, and I was not allowed to communicate with any detainee. I was told that if any detainee asked about their wife, then I was instructed to tell them that the wife would be now working at the rice field. Otherwise, I would be killed if I told them that the wife would be detained or killed.
So, is it correct to say that you have been asked already at S21 when you were guard there by Mr. Bumeng where his wife is? Is this right?
Him Hoi, that is right. The rule was strict that we could not tell the detainee about the whereabouts of the other person, otherwise we would be in trouble.
Today, here in the courtroom, could you tell today, Mr. Bumeng, what happened to his wife, where she was killed, and where she is buried?
Him Hoi. When the detainees were taken away to be killed, of course they were executed at Cheung Ak.
I asked not in general, I have asked you to tell Mr. Bumeng, who is sitting here in the courtroom. Maybe you might, if you have a look and turn your head left, you will see him, and to respond to him about the fate of his wife, and not a general answer that people were killed in Cheung Ak. That is well known, and also Mr. Bumeng knows this.
Him Hoi. I don't actually know who is who or who was the wife of who, because normally if a person was after being interrogated, then he would or she would be taken away to be executed, and I only can confirm that the wives of those detainees were executed at Cheung Ak.
You told the chamber already that you checked the lists at Cheung Ak. That means you went through the name lists of prisoners to check if everybody who should be sent to Cheung Ak is present to be killed. I would like to tell you the name of Mr. Bumeng's wife. Maybe that is helpful. This is Mrs. Mayern alias T. Could you now respond to my question?
Him Hoi. I was not the only person who transported detainees to Cheung Ak. Paul was also in charge of transporting detainees, so how could I tell whether the wife of Bumeng actually was transported during the time when I was on duty?
This is my last attempt to get an answer to my question. The accused told us some weeks ago that you have the knowledge where and under which circumstances, especially where the wife of Mr. Bumeng was killed and buried. And therefore, maybe as he was your former superior, maybe this is helpful to facilitate and to give an answer for which Mr. Bumeng is waiting already for many, many years.
Him Hoi, as I just stated, detainees were ordered to be smashed at Cheung Ak, and that's how they were transported and executed. That's all.
I come back to the ill treatment of prisoners. You have said you never ill-treated prisoners. Mr. Bumeng, who was prisoner and who was tortured in Tusleng in S21 said that he was tortured by him Hui, among others who tortured him. Can you confirm the statement of Mr. Bumeng that he was ill-treated and beaten by you?
Him Hoi. I was not entitled the right to interrogate any detainee, so I could not be in position to torture any one of the detainees.
I come then to the report of the reenactment and the part that my colleague already has told you. It is document D48/2, and there in the English version the ERN 00198-004. You responded already to my colleague that you never participated in interrogations, although you have told it to the judges during this reenactment. What is about torture? Did you tell the judges during the reenactment that you participated in torture? And I would like to remind you it was the 27th of February 2008, that is 1.5 years ago, where it was noted that you now recall this event or events.
Him Hoi. I had no duty to interrogate or torture any detainee. I was vested with the rights to receive detainees, and only the interrogators who were vested with the powers, authority to interrogate detainees, and I was not. So I had no knowledge of how interrogation should be carried out. How could I interrogate people?
I spoke about torture, but then is my question, why did you tell the judges then this lie in February 2008? Why did you admit something what you never have, as you claim today, what you never have done? What was the reason for this?
Him Hoi. I told you already that I had never interrogated or tortured prisoners, because if I was not knowledgeable of how interrogation could be conducted, then how could I come into torture any detainee? Because I could not read or write.
I think it's not necessary to know how to read or to write to torture, for torturing. Again, my question, please respond to the question and do not repeat again that you had no authority to do so. I want to know, why did you tell this lie to the co-investigating judges in February last year?
The President, we note that Mr. Kong Som Ol is on his feet. You take the floor. Mr. Kong Som-on. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like Mrs. Silke Studzinski to actually point to the inconsistency that you have found in the testimony Him Hoi gave before the co-investigating judges. Please quote that portion of the statement Him Hoi actually gave to the co-investigating judges before he is challenged. Thank you.
May I continue? I repeat my question, and this was already quoted as a response to my colleague. I want to know, why did you lie to the co-investigating judges in February 2008 when you said, yes, I participated in interrogation and torture? Why did you tell them this lie? This is my question. Please only answer to this question.
Him Hoi. At that time, when interrogators were recruited, they asked me whether I could interrogate detainees. And I asked them, how could I interrogate or torture detainees, because I could not read or write. And I told them that I would not be willing to become an interrogator. I would be better off being a guard instead.
Okay, I can only state that...
The President, the counsel for the witness, you take the floor. Mr. Kong Som-on. Thank you, Mr. President. I think Ms. Studzinski has not confirmed the statement in which, or in which part of the statement that the witness actually lied to the co-investigating judges. So you are now telling the court that the witness is now lying to the court too, because he has failed to confirm whether the statement before the co-investigating judge is true of his testimony. So that's why I would like the lawyer to please quote the portion of their testimony before the co-investigating judges, so that the witness can confirm, because telling different story of what the witness would have already given to the investigating judges doesn't mean that he is telling the court a lie. Only when the text is verified that you can even challenge the witness further. The President, Ms. Studzinski, could you please do according to what as requested by the counsel for the witness, to that particular portion of the statement you would like to quote from the co-investigating judges before you asked the witness to confirm it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm normally advised not to repeat what I have already said, but I will do it again if nobody or the colleague and the President did not listen to it. It is document D 48/2 in the English. Again, the ERN, which I already, and the transcript will show it, already has indicated. It is 00198004 again, where the witness said to the co-investigating judges under 8.9 that he admitted to participating in interrogations and torture. The same quotation was already said, as I referred to, by my colleague Alain Werner some minutes ago before the break, and I hope that this comes in the Khmer translation in the correct form, and I would like to continue now, but even if normally my time is nearly finished, but it was interrupted 2 times, and I would like to have 3 minutes more to finalize here my questioning. Thank you. And I want to come back to Mr. Him Hui, who obviously does not want to answer to my questions, and I only note that either the statement before the co-investigating judges in February is wrong, or his statement today is wrong. Now I want to come back to the ill treatment, and I've told you already that Mr. Bumeng claims that you have beaten him, you personally. Do you find that then Mr. Bumeng, if this is not the case, that then Mr. Bumeng tells not the truth and lies when he claims that you have beaten him? Would you then tell this to the court?
Him Hoi, I may put it this way. At that time when he was arrested, the people who worked there noticed how small he was and how could he get married and have a wife. And then the workers even mocked or made fun of him by way of testing his strength, because he was small and how could he have a wife. And then later on, after the challenge, he could prove that he was strong enough to lift a big stone. So that's it.
Did he as well prove how strong he is when you forced him to sit on his shoulders, that he had to carry you? Was this also proof how strong he is?
Well, of course, said the witness that I remember riding on his shoulder and that he could lift me up, and he proved that he was strong, and of course he was that strong to lift me up. And even when he met me recently, he kept saying this to me, that about that event.
I come back to my previous question. Do you think that Mr. Bumeng lies when he says that you have beaten him?
Him Hui, I never beaten him because I was not vested with any authority to beat any detainee. If I did so, I would be accountable for my misconduct because I mistreated the detainee without any authority that I was entitled to do so. So only the interrogators would do so, I guess.
Mr. Mhui, it would be very kind if you would answer to my questions. And again, the last question, and really for the last time I tried. Do you think, if you never ill-treated him and never have beaten him, that Mr. Bumeng, which is the consequence, must lie? And does lie.
Him Hoi, I don't know how he can say that.
I have no further question, thank
you. The President, it is now time for the Civil Party Lawyers Group 3 to put questions to the witness.
Ms. Jacquin, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, Mr. Him Hoi. First of all, Mr. Him Hoi, I would like to thank you for being here. If I have understood correctly the explanations that you provided to us last week, your function was to accompany prisoners to the door of S21, and in particular in the whole area surrounding S21. And occasionally you replaced staff that was absent within S21 when there were too many prisoners arriving. So my question will be the following. Were all the prisoners, except for the women who were at S21, were they all bare-chested and only wearing underpants?
Him Hoi, the rules in the prison was clear that detainees were not allowed to wear any clothes except the shorts, because it was believed that if the detainees were allowed to wear such clothes, then they would make use of them to commit suicide or hang themselves.
Ms. Jacquin, when you were transferring prisoners who had been interrogated, and when you were bringing the prisoners to be interrogated in the houses, were they still in underpants or were they dressed?
Him Hoi, when I saw them being walked to be executed, they were wearing only underpants. And if the detainees who were former members, staff member of the S21, would be walked out, then they would be covered with blankets to just conceal themselves from being seen by the other members of the staff at S21.
Ms. Jacquin, thank you for your answer. The question was, when you were bringing people to be interrogated, were they dressed, and did they remain, while they were being brought, were they still in their underpants while they were being brought to be interrogated?
Him Hoi, I don't remember that much, but so far as I remember, people who were being walked to be interrogated would only wear the underpants.
Ms. Jacquin, when you remained before the interrogation rooms, did you hear cries and howls and moans often coming from the prisoners who were being interrogated?
The prisoners who cried after they were taken back to the room, after they were interrogated, they cried, they screamed inside their rooms, but I did not know whether they did that in the interrogation room or not.
Lorsque vous avez ramené des prisonniers après interrogatoire,
when you brought the prisoners back after they were interrogated, were the prisoners sometimes unable to walk because their toenails had been torn off?
Response. Regarding the pulling of the toenails, I did not know, but I saw prisoners who were blindfolded, and sometimes I saw the wounds on their backs and bodies. And in the evening, when they were taken back into their rooms, and sometimes when I replaced the inner guards, I heard the screaming coming from those rooms.
Merci, Monsieur Inouye. Par ailleurs, en ce qui concerne les enfants,
Council, with respect to the children, you said that there were some children between the ages of 1 and 8 who stayed with their mothers, and they were in the same detention areas with their mothers. Were there any children who were older between the ages of 8 and 12? And if there were children, where were they detained?
Response. When they were brought in, they would be detained, and even if for those children age or over or above, they would be detained there too. And when the mother or the father had to be taken out and killed, then the children would be taken along, especially by the Pains group.
mais y avait-il aussi séparément des enfants
Council. Yes, but was there a group of other children, young teenagers who were 10, 11, 12, or perhaps 13 years old?
Response. I did not observe exactly the age group of those children because I only went there occasionally.
Vous nous avez dit que parfois, il y avait eu
Question. You told us that at times there were so many prisoners that arrived that they had to be placed directly into the detention cells without being photographed. To the best of your knowledge, do you know if photographs were taken at a later time automatically, or were some people taken away to be executed without having been photographed?
Response. The prisoners, when they arrived, they would be photographed.
Vous nous avez dit que à un moment donné,
Question.
après l'arrestation,
You told us that at one point after Hoy's arrest, you were afraid of being arrested, and this is what I had noted. You said, because you were afraid of being accused of having wanted to organize a rebellion with your weapon. Can you please tell us what you meant? You stated this last Thursday.
Response. I became fearful after Dutch told me during a study session that Noon implicated me and that I wanted to conduct a rebellion activity, and I rejected it. And I laughed at him. I told him I would not commit such an act, but from that day onward, I was very concerned and afraid, and I thought one day my day would arrive. And every time I went to work, I asked Ho to change the guns that I carried because he had the key to the weapon storage. Later on, Pang was arrested, and I became even more fearful. And if I was implicated, then I would be arrested. So I told Ho that he was also implicated by Pang. That is one account. And another account regarding my guarantee for Chep. As I stated earlier, I requested to Ho not to transfer him to work in the rice fields, and I wanted him to work with me. And after his suicide, I became even more burdened. And later on, when I was transferred to work in the rice field, and after the arrest of Hui, I knew that one day would be come because I was part of this line of the network.
Est-ce que parfois vous avez vu arriver des
Counsel,
gens?
did you ever see people that you knew arrive? And if that was the case, what did you think?
Response. I saw people whom I knew, and I was scared. They were from the 703 Division because my group was also from the 703 Division, so we was from the same network, and I was afraid that they would implicate me.
Vous saviez que S21 était une prison secrète?
You knew that S21 was a secret prison. Would you say that that S21 was a political prison?
Response. The study location was not a secret place because people was also called to study from Priso and other areas, and I did not know any other secret location.
Est-ce que vous diriez que la prison de S21
Counsel, would you say that the S21 prison was a place where people were tortured and exterminated?
Response. It was of course a prison where torture was committed and where the killings took place.
Enfin, avant que je passe la parole à
Counsel,
mon...
before I give the floor to my national co-counsel, in 1983, why did they think that you were the director of S21?
Response. I did not know the reason. I was arrested and alleged that I was the chairman of the prison. And I told them if I was the chairman, then I would not return from the forest. And after they detained me, and I told them that when I worked there, I was not intended to work there. I requested for transfer from the prisons to the military unit, but I was denied. So I explained to them that I did all kinds of things that were assigned to me in order to survive.
បាទសូមគោរពលោកស្រីចាក្រមជំរាបសួរលោកហឹមហ៊ុយបន្តសំណួរពីសាមេធាវីអន្តរជាតិ
Council, good morning, Jonas. Good morning, Mr. Hum Hoi. I would like to ask you regarding the strict rule that you just said. And what was a strict rule, and who actually regulates that rule? Response. When I worked as a security at S21, the rule was very strict, and it was only Dutch who regulated such rules. Ho, even if at his level, he would not be able to do it. Council, what did the rule stipulate? Response. We, the children of Angkar, we, the children of the party, and we are not the children of our parents. So when we carry our work, we have to respect the Angkar in every single activity, walking, standing, working, or sleeping. And whoever fails to abide by the regulations, then that person will be considered an enemy and will be arrested and detained. Council, thank you. Regarding the study session, which you said you frequently participated, what was the ideology regarding the arrest, the detention, and the sending of those prisoners to be killed, which was trained or given at the study sessions? Response. The study sessions were for both the interrogators and the guards. So for the guards, we had to absolutely guard those prisoners, and for the interrogators, they have to extract the confessions from the prisoners. Otherwise, we would not achieve the 100% result required by the party. In the beginning, it was not that strict. It means we could chit-chat a little bit with one another, but later on we were imposed, and we would be required to monitor each other's activity. It means we were like a horse. We were only asked to look straight, and that we could not see any sides of our vision. Counsel, could you tell us the fate of the S21 staff who failed to abide by the disciplines and the ideology of the parties imposed on them? Response. I knew clearly the fate of those workers. They were only waiting for the day that they would be killed, and that would be the end of our life. Counsel, in general, the implementation of the rules on the S21 staff, did they actually give weight to the performance or the offense that were allegedly committed by those staff, or did they only apply the regulations without regardless of their activities or offenses? Response. Each one of us, whether we responded or not, or if we were implicated by another person or not, we would be arrested at their own discretion. It means if we commit just one slight mistake, then we would be arrested if anyone from our network was arrested. Counsel, can you provide a little bit further clarification on the arrest by network? It means from the upper echelon or from the leader to the subordinates, or only those people who were implicated were arrested? Because the shooting was from the north, and the prisoner also had a gun with the full cartridge. So it is my conclusion that the guard actually shot the prisoner first.
Thank you. Earlier you testified that as more S21 guards were being arrested, you were being promoted. I would like to comment on a statement you made about one of your men that you were ordered to arrest at S21. And for the record, the statement is case file document number D5/22, Khmer 00235765 to 00235766, English 00104913 to 00104940, and there's no French translation. I'd like to refer to the English at 4921 to 4922. 22. Mr. Him Hoi, at one stage you gave an interview previously to a person called Peter Maguire, and you said this to him: in Phnom Penh, at Tuol Sleng, I was ordered to take one of my men to put in the jail, but I didn't do that. He just had a strong feeling. If he wanted to do anything, he would do it. If he slept, he really slept. If he said he was sick, he was really sick. So they accused him of being the enemy, because they were all the messengers of the cadre who had been arrested earlier. That man hanged himself. He was not jailed yet. He told me, "Brother, I'm going out to cut bindweed for the rabbits." I said, "Okay, hurry back for lunch. If you don't come at lunch, they will eat all the food." I didn't know what he was thinking about. He just hanged himself. They were about to pull him out to jail, but I told them that I would keep him for rehabilitation for a while. Then you discovered that he was missing. You said we must look for him, and then you found him hanging in a big tile-roofed house. Then you stated, "It's your business, I don't know." You spoke to Ho. Sorry. When they came to tell me about this, I was downhearted. I was thinking that I would surely be jailed for having guaranteed him. I rushed to Ho's place and I said, "Brother Chek has hanged himself and died now. It's your business. I don't know. You're responsible for him now. You go and report it yourself," Ho said. He told me to report it to Doik. I didn't go. Ho was the deputy chief after Doik. I didn't even dare to look at his face. You were then asked, "Would he kill you if you look into his face?" And then you said, "No, he didn't kill, but I was thinking of his brother-in-law whom he had jailed. What if it was me, if I had made this mistake?" His brother-in-law was also imprisoned in Tuol Sleng. My question is that statement true? Were you ordered to arrest someone and then you refused and persuaded them for him to be rehabilitated rather than being arrested?
Brother Chek was a member of my group. When Ho told me that he should be removed to work in the rice fields, then I told Ho that please do not remove him yet. I will try to re-educate himself, and if he cannot change, then he should be transferred. Then Ho told me, "So it's your responsibility to re-educate him?" And I said, "Yes." And next day, he asked me to go and find weeds and morning glory for the rabbits. He went in the morning until 1 p.m. and he did not yet return. And we tried to locate him. We could not find him. And later on, we found him in a house near the creek. He hanged himself in that house. So then a member of the group found him, and then I was called, and later on I reported the incident to Ho and told him that Jack already hanged himself, and he blamed me that it is me who should be blamed because actually Ho wanted to transfer him to work in the rice fields. And I told him I didn't know that he would commit suicide. Then I walked back to my base, and Ho instructed me to personally report the incident to Dutch, but I told him I was afraid of this. This is my response.
And why were you afraid to report it to Duik?
Because this is a complicated matter and it could implicate me, because my superior actually made a decision to transfer him, but it is my suggestions to rebuild him, and that's why he was spared and not transferred. So I urge Ho not to let me report it to Dutch. And from that day, I felt very concerned of my personal safety because of that incident.
In the same statement that you made to Peter Maguire, at D5/22, and I refer to the English ERN 00104923, you were asked a question concerning the arrest and killing of S21 staff, and Peter Maguire asked you the following question. He said, when the previous bosses were promoted and then got killed, were you worried? You said, I was also thinking about this. I was worried that I would face the same thing soon, because the big men, high-ranking officials in the army, had been promoted and then jailed. And it was the same for the people here at Tul Sleng. After they got promoted, they were also jailed. I was thinking about this until the Liberation Day. Every day I remembered that. Like one of my friends who was selected from the army, he proposed to get married and got a wife. And he also asked me to make this proposal too. I said I don't want. It was then at Tul Sleng. It was in 1978. The chief, Duik, told me to get married, but I said I don't want to, because the cadre here would also get killed even if they had a wife. If I got married, both the husband and wife would have made a mistake. That's the point, that we would die soon. If any of the couples made mistakes, they would kill both of them. You were questioned, when did they say, when you said you didn't want to get married? What did they say? And they didn't say anything. The question is, so this means he was not very cruel? No, he would do what he said. He could get away from death because they took me to the field. They wanted to take me back several times. Maybe they wanted to test me. The other men your age have proposed to get married, so Comrade Hoi also got married. You weren't afraid to say no, and you said, no, I was not afraid. I was thinking that if I got married, I would die soon. My question is, did you have that conversation with Duik? Did Duik tell you to get married?
Him Hoi. On one occasion, when the cadres were put to get married, after meal, I had a meal with them, of course, during that time, and then I was asked by Dutch whether I would like to get married. I told him that I did not want to. At that time, it reminds me of the other people who were detained and the en masse arrest. And from that kind of perspectives that I told myself that it was not good to get married because I would be arrested. Because when we got married, if any one of us committed any wrongdoing, then both of us would be arrested. So I could see the danger. That's why I told him that I would not want to get married. And it is obvious that everyone who got married got jailed and killed. So when people were arrested, all the relations, anyone who were related to them would also be arrested.
So, was it your concern that if you got married, you could be implicated by your wife? Or was it your concern that your wife could be implicated by being associated to you? Or was it your concern that if you got married, both of you could be implicated more easily and arrested?
Him, during that time, anyone who got married would be more vulnerable to being arrested because anyone who was associated with the person implicated, then that person, the spouse of that person, would also be arrested. That's why regarding the en masse arrest and the arrest by the network or string like that, I would not want myself to be in that danger.
Thank you. You testified that you received direct orders from Deutsch, and I quote at transcript page 24, when the judge asked you a question, did you ever receive a direct order from the accused? And you said, I also received orders from him. And you said, in what circumstances? So the judge asked, in what circumstances? Can you elaborate further on the situation when you received direct orders from Deutsch? You said, sometimes he ordered me in a case to go to Svay Rieng, to transport those Vietnamese soldiers who were arrested. It was his direct order. My question is, that's one occasion where you say that Deutsch directly, personally ordered you to do something. Were there any other occasions where Deutsch ordered you to carry out any act at S21?
Him, Hoi. When I went to Svay Rieng, I was actually, or had actually been ordered by Deutsch to receive the arrested Vietnamese soldiers at Svay Rieng, and we, together with our group, went there. That's all.
In the time that you were at S21, how often did you meet Deutsch? How often were you in his company?
Him, Hoi. I was with him when we arrested a detainee at his house, Pang.
You mentioned that you went to study sessions initially with Ho, and then Deutsch was conducting those study sessions. How often did you have study sessions with Deutsch at S21?
Him, Hoi. During the study sessions, Deutsch, Ho, and Brother Hoi would meet fortnightly, because there was a house built next to his house, and cadres from various units would be called to attend the study sessions, especially those from the interrogator sessions.
So we can have an overall understanding of your knowledge of Deutsch at S21, about how many times over that 1.5-year period that you were there did you see Deutsch and was in, or you were in his company? On about how many occasions? Was it 1 or 5 or 10 or 20 or more?
Him Hoi. I was in his company 2 times when we made an arrest, first at his house and another at somewhere near Satmai. But the other occasions I would only be in the company of Ho instead of Deutsch.
At S21, amongst your colleagues and the other staff, what was Deutsch's reputation? What was his character viewed to be by other staff?
Him Hoi. Deutsch was rather gentle when he speaks, but he was very firm and meticulous, because whenever any detainee was arrested, then he would apply a very strict rule toward those people and staff member, and no one would ever be entitled to make any decision regarding the arrest. Only he could make it. And I think he was the person feared by many, because even when I saw him riding a bicycle toward me, then I would find a place to get away from him. The President. Next, we would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers to put questions to the witness. The floor is yours, civil party lawyers group 1. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honors. I will share my time with my national colleague, Tishrina. Good morning, sir. My name is Alain Werner. I am representing civil parties with my national colleague, Tishrina. I have some questions for you. What I would like to do, basically, is to read you some previous statement that you made to different people, and just to ask you if you can confirm that indeed you made those statements and those statements are accurate. And I will start with the topic of the Division 703 and how, and you said last Thursday you spoke a little bit about the accused arresting men from the Division 703, but actually in the case file, in your previous transcripts, you said a bit more, and I would like to start with an interview you gave in February 1996, on the 29th February 1996, and in English the year and number is, the portion I'm going to quote is 001 049 44. And here is what you said, and again, I would like you to tell me if that is true. You said this: Ho came from Kondal of SW, which is probably Southwest Zone, and was associated with Battalion 703, which many commanders were eventually arrested and sent to S21. Because Ho was connected to Battalion 703, Dutch no longer trusted Ho in 1978 and began to secretly investigate Ho. Ho found out about it when he asked a prisoner from Battalion 703 who told him that Ho was on the list of prisoners. Can you confirm that what you said at the time is indeed true?
Him Hoi. I was very concerned at that location because a lot of people were arrested from 703 and detained at S21. So people were implicated in the confessions from those who were arrested from 703, and I asked Tapang, without letting my comrades know about this, I asked him who he implicated. He said he implicated Ho, or contemptible Ho, and it made me so worried actually after learning from Tapang who implicated Ho, and then I told Ho to be careful because Tapang, who had been arrested earlier, already implicated him. And then I realized that if anyone from division from 703 was arrested and that they implicated in their confessions, then everyone who belonged to the former 703 and worked at S21 would be arrested after all.
And then you said something else, and this is found in the written record on interview on the same subject, Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, 18 September 2007. The RN number is 001615598. The question was, is Ho still alive? And here is what you said. Ho and Dutch, in 1979, they fled together after the Vietnamese came in, and Prak Khan said that Dutch killed Ho. I do not remember clearly. I don't know if it was Prak Khan or who. We met when making the film with Ritipan. Is it correct that Prak Khan told you that the accused on the retreat in 1979 killed Ho?
Him Hoi. Ta Ho, who ran into the forest, was convinced by me to get out from the forest because even we tried our best to serve the revolutionary, later on we would be killed anyway. And then he was not convinced after all, and he did not want to get out. And I asked other women combatants and men to escape or run from them. And after 1979, when I was in the process of making the film with Brother Khan, he told me that Dutch killed Ho in the forest, and I told him that, you see, I told him already that he should run away from that forest, otherwise he would be killed. Now what it is, it's true, he was killed.
Thank you. Now, you said something. I would like to ask you one question about torture. You participated in a reconstruction, meaning that you went to Tulslang with many other people to the museum, and there you were asked questions, and there were many people there, the co-prosecutors, the defense, the co-investigating judges. And here is what you said, and can be found at ERN 001 98004. And the reconstruction was on the 27th February 2008. And here is what you said, with what is recorded of what you said. Witness Im Hoi admitted to participating in interrogation and torture, adding that normally he was not supposed to do interrogation and that his duty was only to stand guard outside. He said that he had forgotten this, but he acknowledged that it was true. Did you say that on that day in front of all these people in Tulslang Museum, sir?
Him Hoi. I was asked to interrogate detainees. I said I was illiterate. I could not obtain any confession during any interrogation, and later on I was made to only stand guard, so I never conducted any interrogations.
So what you said on that day was not true. Is it your answer, sir?
Him Hoi, well, I think it is not true because, as I told you, I could not write anything. How could I interrogate? So I was only put to stand guard outside.
I would like to ask you two more things, and then I will give the floor to my colleague. First thing, you give an...
The President, we note that the Defense Counsel is on his feet. You take the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remind that my colleague, Mr. Werner, is quoting a written record that was compiled by the co-investigating judges, indexed D48/2. And that a written record that is compiled by the co-investigating judges is authentic and true until it is declared false. So if my colleague Mr. Werner wants to challenge what is stated in a written record from the co-investigating judges, he must register it as false.
No, the only thing I did this is in the case file. I just put a portion. I didn't say it was true or not. I just asked the witness to confirm or not, and that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. Can I continue? I'm a bit worried about the time. Can I continue? So here is what you said to a gentleman called Ben Kiernan in July 1996, and can be found ERN 002-80073 in English. And please, sir, could you just tell me if that is true or not? Here is what you said. Dutch killed 2 of his brother-in-law by 1978 because their names existed in the enemy list and they had some contact with the cadres. What the international co-prosecutor read you today, one portion was about the arrest of one of his brother-in-law, but here is a document in the case file where you said that Dutch killed 2 of his brother-in-law in 1978. Is that correct or not, sir?
Him Hoi. During that regime, after I got married, my two brothers-in-law on my wife's side died. My elder brother-in-law and my younger brother-in-law, and I lost my brother killed by Dutch, and I was told this by Brother Korn. He was asked so that I could go home to visit my brothers, and my brother was sick. And I told Brother Rin that my brother was sick. How could he be cured? Because the base did not pay attention to him. And I was told by Brother Rin that I should ask Brother Ho so that he could be treated by Brother Rin. And then I made such request to Brother Ho. Then after 1 week, my brother was well treated. And then I asked him if I could take him home, but later on, he did not allow him to be taken back to the home village. And then we went into the forest, and my brother still stayed put with Taho, and later on he was killed. And then after my brother was killed, Dutch asked his people to try to kill me also, because he accused me of convincing other men to run away. That's all.
The last thing I want to put to you, sir, and then I will give the floor to my colleague. You gave an interview in 1990, 15th of September 1990. We have this document in English, ERN 001711154, and I have it in French as well, 00251290, and I have it in Khmer, 00280081. Now, there was a question and an answer, and I would like you just to tell me if it's true or not. Here is the question. From whom did you get orders? How did you feel them? And here is the answer you gave at the time. All orders were from Mr. Rohr and Mr. Dutch. They sent in prisoners in and out. I did know that there were a lot of torturing, and the prisoners were suffering a great deal. That made me frightening. I did know that they were sending out and killed in Chunghek. And here is what you said then. In this office S21, I heard Mr. Dutch and Mr. Ho said we should kill all and kept only 4 million. Did you say that in 1990 to Mr. Tim Sa?
Him Hoi. As I already stated early on, during the study sessions lectured by Dutch, he personally and directly said that everyone would be smashed or killed, not only the people who were detained at S21, I believe, because he said that we had to kill them all, so there were prisons all across the country, so I mean everyone would be killed then.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Mr. President and Your Honors, good morning, Mr. Him Hoi. I may now proceed some questions. I would like to ask question concerning the mass execution. You said that a lot of people were sent to be smashed at Chiang Ai. In which year was that?
It was toward late 77 or early 78. Titrina, last week you said you saw the accused, that is Dutch, who walked into the painting room. Did you see him after the mass killing or before that? It was at that time, at the times that the mass killing took place. Question: it means the mass killing was already carried out? Response: it was around that time. Question: so after the mass killing took place, did you ever see the changes in Dutch habit or character, that whether he satisfied or not satisfied with the mass killing? Response: I would like to say that he did not dissatisfied with what happened because he was the one who orders the killing. Question: regarding your role, as you stated, you used to patrol the S21 compound and the surrounding vicinity. Did you ever go to those houses along the fences of S21? Did you see people detained in those houses? Response: before there was a prison to the south at those houses, and later on, after the buildings were organized, then the people, the prisoners, were moved from those houses into the buildings. Question: can you verify whether it was outside the wall of S21 or it was inside the wall of S21? Response: it was to the south of the building, the east-west building. Was it outside the wall? Question. Response: at that time the prison was not yet established, and those houses were to the south of the wall of the east-west building. Question: how many of those houses where the prisoners were detained? Response: I could not recall the exact numbers of the houses. Question: what types of prisoners who were detained in those houses? Can you recall? Response: they were the important prisoners who were detained in that location, and later on there was the arrest of ordinary people. Question: regarding the children, you already stated that children were sent by the S21 staffs to be killed. And how many children were killed? Can you recall that? Response: I cannot recall it, but there were roughly 100 children. Question: for those children who were sent to be killed, before they were sent, were biographies or photographs taken from them? Response: I do not have a knowledge of that. Question: can you confirm when you walked into and inside the S21 building and compound, did you ever hear the screaming of the victims in that vicinity? Response: the prisoners who were tortured and interrogated, they felt the pain, and of course they would make noise or scream. However, then the guards were ordered to make noise to counter the screaming of the victims. Question. Regarding the patrolling of each room or individual cells, did you personally witness the detention of those victims? That they were shackled in rows, feet to feet? Did you ever personally witness that while on patrol? Response. When Ho, after a mass arrest, Ho sometimes asked me to carry out this task, but I did not want to do it because I had problem with my feet and I did not want to go up and down those floors to patrol each room. Question. Can you please answer to the point of my question? Did you personally witness the victims being shackled in long bar in row? And they were shackled in a row of 10 or similar number, and they were shackled feet to feet. Did you witness that? Response. When I went up to the room, I witnessed those prisoners shackled, and also the prisoners in the individual cells were shackled. And in each bar, there had to be more than 10 prisoners in a row. And in each room, there could be 3 rows of those prisoners. The President, your time runs out. Now it is time for a break, and the chamber will take a 20-minute break until 5 to 11 when it resumes. Network was arrested. Council, can you provide a little bit further clarification on the arrest by network? It means from the upper echelon or from the leader to the subordinates, or only those people who were implicated were arrested? Response. The term they used was to arrest by the network. So, for example, if the 703 members were arrested and if they implicated us because we were also the former 703 members, then we would be arrested. Council, my last question. Regarding your testimony, what is your expectation in providing the testimony to the chamber today? Response. We seems to be reborn. I talked about those of us who survived. We were the lucky group, and we only want justice. the President. Next, I would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers, Group 4. If you have questions to be put to the witness, you take the floor. Council Hong Kam Soon. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Hum Hoi. Please respond to my question regarding your activities at S21 as follows. Previously, you told the President and the Chamber regarding your duties before you entered Phnom Penh, that is, before the 17th April 1975. My question is, on that day, on the 17th April 1975, your unit, did your unit reach Phnom Penh? If so, at which location? Response. I arrived in Phnom Penh at the Yukunto school. It was in the afternoon, around 3 p.m. We instructed the Lunals group to gather the weapons. And in the evening, around 6 p.m., I was injured. Council, thank you. On the day that your group collected the weapons from the Lunals group, was there an instruction in advance for such activity? And if so, whose instruction was it? Response. Ho, the deputy of Dutch, was my commander, was my regiment commander, and we were in 3 groups. During the day, all the leaders arrested those senior Lunals people, and they drove their vehicles to make an announcement for the Lunals group to lay down their arms. The situation later became quiet, and then Ho instructed me to go and instruct the Lunals group to lay down their arms. So I walked alone, and I told them who was in charge. And a person came up and said, I was in charge. So I instructed him to use a vehicle to collect all those weapons along the national road. Then I returned, and I then sat at the north corner of the Yukunto school. Council, let me rephrase my question if you are not clear. My question is, before you implemented the collection of the weapons or the instruction that you gave to the Lunals soldiers, was there any senior leaders or your commander who instructed you in advance what to do? For example, to gather the weapons, or to force people to evacuate, or to shoot them if they did not follow it? Response. When I entered Phnom Penh, I did not ask people to leave, and I did not fire any shot. We only shot at each other at the Stung Minche bridge. But later on, when the Lunals group was defeated, so we progressed further until the Pechan area or the Yukunto school. The council. This means that you did not know in advance of the planning? Response. For example, when I seized the 2 tracks with the 155 artilleries, I did not mistreat those colonels. and I instructed him to leave the tracks there and to return home. I did not know any planning in advance. For example, at the youth control school, I went to instruct them to collect the weapons, and that was what I was told to do. Counsel, from the beginning you informed the chamber about your duties when you first started working in that location. For example, you worked in a vegetable farm. So the question is, from the time that you started working at S21 and that you worked in a location to receive the prisoners, which is now known as the Beehive radio station, what duties at that Beehive radio stations were involved, and how many staff in your group, and what was their age? Response: there were about 10 people in my group, including the drivers and the radio operator. And those people, some of them were 4 or 5 years older than me, and some were younger than me, probably 2 or 3 years younger. Counsel, you already told the President and the Chamber that the chief and the one who issued order was Dutch at the S21 office in Phnom Penh. The question is, before you received the prisoners who were sent to your receiving point, which is now known as the Beehive radio station, you said there was a messenger who came to provide the information beforehand. How people were assigned, were transferred to Preso was different than those who were sent to S21 office. What about the sending of people to the houses around the vicinity of Preso, of S21? Was the decision made at your location? If so, who made the decision? Response: before they were sent to us, there was already a list of their names, and the important prisoners would be sent into that location. For the less important prisoners, they were still on the track, because there was already a list of the names. Then they would be sent to Preso, and the only important prisoners were sent to us, and we would send them to inside the S21 office. The Council, you also said sometimes you brought the prisoners inside the S21 compound, which was known as Punyayat High School at the time and as acknowledged by Dutch. Did you ever go towards the back of the buildings in that Punyayat High School? And if so, were there a kitchen, a workshop? Response: yes, I went to the back of the building. The Council, thank you. I just recall you what you said. Behind that school, it was the Tul Slai Primary School. And inside that location, was there an interrogation location or a location where the prisoners were detained? Response: No, it was not in that location, although I am not clear. I think it was used as a medical unit. The council.
In
S21 office or the former Ponyayat High School, you said Deutsch was the chairman and he was the most senior leader, and later there was a Ho and a Hoi Srai. Is this correct? Response. At S21, Deutsch was the chairman. Next, Brother Ho, the one-eye Ho, and then Hoi, he was a member, and he in charge of the rice fields at Preso Council. You also provided an interview to the co-investigating judges on the 18th of September 2007 at 9 a.m. and the document number is D19/5 on page 1 through 5, and on the last page, on page 5 in the Khmer language, let me just read it. The co-investigating judges asked you a question. Deutsch and Ho, did they work well together? And you replied, Deutsch came first and Ho came later. And there were people coming from 703. Some, they had arguments on 3 occasions, and Ho told me that Deutsch was in favor of his group from the east zone, and Ho was in favor of the 703 or the special zone, and that Deutsch brought the children from the east zone as his support for the future use, and that he arrested those from the 703. And if the prisoners implicated the 703, then Deutsch would instruct them to be arrested and interrogated and killed. But he did not do that to the east zone. And that was with an order from Deutsch, because in that location it was only Deutsch who made the decision. I could see that in that prison, Deutsch only made a decision and Ho did not dare to object. So my question regarding your statements to the co-investigating judge, are you still confirming that statement? Response. That is correct. Council. Regarding your interview with the co-investigating judges, document number D19/6 in the Khmer language, which you provided on the 19th of September 2007 at 9 a.m. On the Khmer version, on page 5, in responding to a question regarding the taking of the prisoners to be killed, with the President's salute, I would just like to read a few lines from this page. The co-investigating judges asked you regarding the taking of the prisoners to be killed and whether the Vietnamese prisoners were detained for quite a long time before they were taken to be killed, and you responded that they would be kept for about a fortnight, interrogated, and they would be killed behind the S21, and that your group and Payne's group did the killing, and I did not know about those who did not yet provide the confession. And this is also in relation to the question raised by Liang Wagner and Tribunal regarding the mass killing and whether the children were killed. Did you know that when the children were taken and killed, what was the range of their age, and where were they killed, and whether they were killed and buried within the compound of S21?
Response. Children who were killed were, of course, executed to the west of the prison. Mr. Kumsun, can you confirm the age range of those children who were killed? Him Hoi. They were their age ranged from 1 year above. Mr. Kumsun, thank you. I would like to ask some question concerning the killing field or Cheng Aik killing site where detainees were exterminated. You stated that you was the chief of the transportation unit who carried the detainees to be executed or who were transporting detainees. And you indicated that you saw Dutch at the killing sites. Do you still confirm that your previous statement is still true? Mr. Hum Hoi, I confirm. Mr. Hong Kam-soon, thank you. The next question. On the 15th of September 1990 at 9 a.m., Him Hoi gave an interview or talked with the district committee during the state of Cambodia, document D61/1. As a reference, in Khmer text, it is referred to page 3 with ERN 0028, 0082. On the last page, and the second last line, you stated in that record that in office S21, I heard Dutch exchange conversation that we shall kill everyone except the 4 million people. So it means we kill all people. So does it mean that the people would be killed across the country and that only 4 million would be left? Is that what you heard correctly? Mr. Hum Hoi, if you don't understand the question, you can ask me to repeat. Him Hoi, the President, I note that the Defense Council is on the feed, so the floor is yours.
Mr. President, I believe that this is a question that's very much repetitive. It was put to Mr. Him Hui in the same terms, so if we could avoid repeating the same question over and over again.
The President, thank you for your observation. Mr. Hum Hoi is advised not to respond to Mr. Hong Kam-soon repeated question. So, Mr. Hong Kam-soon, you are advised to rephrase your question. Mr. Kam-soon, thank you. I only raised this matter because I would like him to confirm whether the killing would be conducted on a national scale or rather than confined to that S21. Mr. President, Mr. Hum Hoi, do you understand the question? The question is the same, but he only wants you to emphasize the term, which means only 4 million people would be spared. So what does it mean? Him Hoi. First, Dutch said it. He said everyone had to be killed and leaving only 4 million people. And then later on he said everyone shall be smashed to bits, to all. And then the statement I still remember ever since. The President, thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions at the moment. The President, the questions put by the civil party lawyers have been completed, and that it is now 5:12. The chamber will take an adjournment. The session will be resumed at 1:30 p.m. The court official is now directed to coordinate with the witness so that he can have a rest and enjoy his lunch. And the security personnel are also instructed to take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him in by 1:30 p.m. The court is adjourned. The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We continue hearing the testimony of witness Him Hoi. Next, the chamber would like to give the floor to the defense counsel. The floor is yours. Mr. Casalot, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors. With Mr. President's leave, I would like that the accused make his observation first before we can put questions. The President, the accused, do you have any observations that you would wish to make regarding this witness? The floor is yours. The accused, Mr. President, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to me to give or to make my observations. First, I would like to confirm that Comrade Hoi was the staff member of S21. I have known him very well, and I have known him since I became the chairman of S21. A few months after I was promoted to that post, I learned that he was the deputy of the Special Force Unit. Regarding the testimony, Comrade Hui already stated, if he only testified to the content of the truth that the activities he had done, so I can conclude that the basic truth has been already revealed, but still there are shortcomings, although the shortcomings are not significant. As the cadre of the platoon, he already shared with the court all the duties he was assigned, and I think I have mentioned a lot about this already, that Him Hui was assigned to receive prisoners who were arrested or had been arrested, and he was in charge of taking care of those people, whether who would be discharged to Presor and who would be sent in S21. There would have been annotations on all those letters. And another duty is that he was assigned to receive detainees both outside and inside the premises of S21. And he also stated clearly, and I confirm, that he was asked to transport detainees to Chương Ác. And as the cadre of the platoon, he is accountable for the responsibilities and duty he was given during the time at S21, that he was to be sure that no detainee would be released, and that is his duty. And he may not know what happened to the children, because Comrade Ho asked Comrade Peng, who would be in charge of the children. He also made it clear that when the East people were sent in en masse, that there would be a car or even some other vehicle would be used to transport those people. So he made that account clear. At one point in time, when there was a rush assignment, that when S21 was in a position to seek the further confessions of some of the cadres, and then Ho were asked by Hui to grab a camera and to take a photo of the situation or the size, and then after having those photos taken regarding the Vietnamese, then we reported to the party center. And on the second or on the third, when people need to be transported to Chương Ác, at that time, Hui was so busy because he was under the orders that he had to fulfill this task. And of course, I was the one who put those orders to him, and it is obvious. So he committed these crimes, of course, but under my supervision and orders as the chairman of S21. However, there have been some shortcomings. When he said Bang was arrested with the company of myself, I never did that. I never did anything order verbally to Him Hoi. I would ask Ho to actually carry this order and pass it on to Hoi. So when Pang came, then Hoi arrested Pang. But the reason that Ho would be there because if Pang came and then he saw Hoi alone, then Hoi would be afraid. That's why Ho would be in his company. But when Hoi Srai was being arrested, that he did not take part or he was not present, that's correct. I don't want to contest or to challenge his testimony, but he accepts who was the main boss of S21. It was Son Sen, and then when Son Sen came to in the conference, there was no such agenda that Him Hoi was allowed to talk to him so that he could be allowed to go to the military. So I think in conclusion I can say that of course the shortcoming of his testimony is very minimal, and I confirm that all his testimonies are true, and but I think he should not have said something about the arguments between Comrade Ho and Dai, because he said that he have heard, but he did not see or he did not witness that. I think that is part of the shortcoming. However, I confirm that his testimony is true and correct. But finally, I would like Him Hoi to please do me a favor, because among the detainees, he was my professor. I did not know that he came to that location. I know that you have the knowledge of what happened to that professor. Please tell the court and his family where he was taken to be executed. He was executed here at S21 or at Chiang Ai. Please be honest. The President, the lawyer, you take the floor. Mr. Kasabot, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honors. Mr. Him Hoi. Earlier on, you said you went to Svay Rieng to transport the Vietnamese prisoners of war. And you stated that the person who ordered such transportation, such transport was done through a messenger of Dutch. And the decision was made by Dutch. And you said once you was ordered verbally, directly and personally from Dutch to transport the Vietnamese prisoners of war in Svay Rieng province. Can you confirm whether you received the orders directly and verbally from Dutch or from his messengers instead?
Him
Hoi. I received the orders from his messengers, but of course the orders must have been made from by him to that messengers or through that messengers. And at one time, as I recalled, Son Sen came to the location, and I did go to him and ask him if I can be transferred to the military. I could be dying in the battlefields rather than ending up being executed here at the prison. Mr. Casper, thank you. You said people who were arrested and detained at S21 would never be released because everything ended there. Is that correct? Him Hoi, that's correct. Mr. Casper, thank you. You said that at night, in the evening at about 8 or 9 p.m., detainees were taken to be executed to the south and to the north of the prison compound. Is that correct? Him Hoi, that's correct. Can you please confirm if to the north of the prison were prisoners ever be killed at that location? Him Hoi, I don't think I know well about that, but I know that detainees were executed and buried to the south and to the west of the location. Kasawat, thank you. You confirmed already that when detainees were executed, they would be buried immediately and that they would not leave them until the next day. Is that correct? Him Hoi, that's correct. Thank you. So people who were executed would be immediately buried and that the executioner would not leave the unburied corpse unattended. Him Hoi, immediately after any one of the detainees was executed, then they would be buried. Kasawat, I thank you for that testimony because I'm afraid that someone would say that they could escape from the pit because of the pit was not covered. Kasawat, you said that there were 7 medics, paramedics, and all were male. Is that correct? Him Hoi, that's correct. Kasawat, do you know the person named Laj Dara, alias Korn? Correction, alias Thon. Him Hoi, that is correct. His name was Thon. Mr. Kasawat, do you know the person named Ha Paded? Him Hoi, no I don't. Mr. Kasawat, do you know the person named Chum Sok? Him Hoi, no I don't. Kasawat, thank you. These people were medics, but they were detainees who turned medics. All died except some could escape after the deliberation. 6. Question number 6, said Kasawat. When the arrest was made, Dutch was never present. Is that correct? Him Hoi. I would like to confirm that in any arrest, Dutch would be the person who ordered such arrest. He was not present, but then we were ordered by him to carry out those arrests. Mr. Gaswood, thank you. Can you also confirm for us, please, that you said the people, the detainees were executed by a blow with a metal bar to the neck, and that later on their throats would be sliced or cut? What would have been the instruments used to slit the throats of the detainees? Him Hoi, as I already stated yesterday, after they were struck by an axle ox-cut axle metal, then the detainee's throat would be sliced with a palm knife used to slice the palm fruit. I said this because, said Gaswood, according to document D48/2, you said that people, the detainees' throats were sliced with a palm front. I think palm front and the palm knife is different indeed. Is it? Question number 8, says Gaswood. This morning you stated that you went to the workshop at the rear of the prison. Is that correct? Front. I think palm front and the palm knife is different indeed. Is it? Question number 8, says Gaswood. This morning you stated that you went to the workshop at the rear of the prison. Is that correct? Him Hoi. At that time, that location was used to raise pigs. There were a lot of pigs. And I was standing guard and also was asked to watch the pigs. And when we had not enough food, and I could see that the pigs were big, but then I left. Mr. Gaswood, my question is whether you had ever visited that pig pen and workshop. Him Hoi, the workshop and the pig pen was close to one another. Gaswood. So on the 1st of January or to the 6th to the 7th of January 1979, if you went to that location, had you ever seen any baby or children? Him Hoi, as I indicated yesterday, in mid-1978 I was removed and put to work at Presaw, and I was there until the deliberation day. Gaswood, thank you. You told the court that the execution at Cheung Aek, I mean the en masse execution, was done in a hurry because you were afraid that the dawn would come and that you did not know whether Ta Ho or Doj would be present during that time. However, you talked, you told Mr. Hong Kum Soon that you maintain your testimony before the co-investigating judges that the testimony you gave earlier was is true. May I ask you whether you still maintain your testimony before the co-investigating judges, or would you wish to have it overwritten by your testimony that you gave to the court this morning? So please make it clear which one is your most favorite and accurate one. Him Hoi, when detainees were killed en masse, when there were about 100 detainees were to be executed in one single night, at that time it was almost dawn and everyone hurried up to finish their assignments, and Ho and Dutch were there and they left before us, and we also left by a truck, and we were so hurried because we were afraid that when the dawn came, then our work would be compromised. Mr. Gaswood, thank you. So it is clear that you maintain your testimony here in the court, right? Mr. Hom Hoi, I maintain the testimony here at the court. Mr. Gaswood, thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any further questions at the moment. I would like my colleague to share the floor. The President, the International Co-Counsel, you take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Him Hoi. My name is Counsel Hu, but you know me, as we met at the time of the reconstruction of the events, as well as during the confrontation that was organized by the co-investigating judges. And I had asked you questions at that time. I'm going to ask you a few other questions that will wrap up the long testimony that you have given to the trial chamber. We are all seeking to understand what happened, and Mr. Him Hoi, you can help us to understand. I would like to continue on some of the things that were said by Counsel Kasavut. I would like to remind you that with respect to the events that took place in Chong-ek, I would like to go back to what you said and what the co-investigating judges wrote when we were all present together. If we look at the document of the 26th of February, the trial chamber may find this document under D48.1, and if we refer to paragraph 6.1, co-investigating judges wrote as following: Witness Him Hoi was inconsistent in his account of the number of times Doi came to this location. On the 28th of February, 2 days later, in document D52, you were at the confrontation, and the co-investigating judge, Marcel Le Monde, asked you the following question. He states as follows: you stated at the location, first, that Doika came to Chong-ek from time to time, and then, in answer to questions that were put to you, you said that he came once or twice, and in answer to a question that was put to you by the defense, you said that you did not know whether he had come more than once. And at that point in time, you answered, he came once with Hor. So the question that I would like to put to you is the following one. Would it be correct for me to say that after giving several answers that varied with respect to Duik's visits to Chong Ek, that you clearly acknowledged today that he only came once?
Ai-je raison de dire cela?
Would it be correct to say that?
I saw Dutch go there on 2 occasions, and if he said he only went there on 1 occasion, that is his own word.
Mr. Hu, I apologize, Mr. Him Hoi. I think we misunderstood each other. It's not he who was saying this, it was you before the co-investigating judges.
At that time, he said he went for 1 time with Ho, but in my statement, I clearly saw him on 2 occasions, but he protested that he only went there on 1 occasion. I still stand on my statement.
Mr. Hu, yes, but since I do not know what you said and when you said it, it's a bit difficult for me. So, however, do you still stand by what you said before the chamber last Thursday while you were answering the questions put to you by Judge Lavergne? And I will remind you of the question. It is, was it he, speaking about Duke, who was at the edge of the pit with you at dawn and who requested that you execute a prisoner? And you answered, since, as I said, we were really working with great haste, the trucks were about to leave, and if the dawn broke, we could have been seen, and the whole secrecy of the operation would be broken. So, I am no longer sure if it was he or whore. It was either he or whore, because he was there as well. He was there at the same time as whore. Right. That today you are no longer sure if it was whore or Duke who ordered that you kill Am I right in saying this?
At that time, the situation was a bit chaotic, and the dawn almost broke, and there was a mat laying nearby the pit. And because of the confusing situation, and the executioners were also rushing to finish their job, that's why I said I was not sure whether it was him or not, as I was rushing to finish my job.
Mr. Hu, thank you. So, this, Mr. Him Hoi, was the first time or the second time? If you are telling me that Duke came twice, so this scene that you're relating that happened before dawn, was it the first time or the second time that he came?
That was the first time.
Mr. Hu, thank you. So, therefore, what happened the second time? Because when the President questioned you, you related one time, not two times. So I do remember that we are speaking about the first time now, but what happened during the second time?
On the second occasion, I did not pay much attention because he was still in his car. And my main focus was to check the names against the list that I had.
Mr. So the problem here, Mr. Him Hoi, is that when you answered the investigating judge, and I can repeat this by referring to this written record of the 28th of February 2008, and your full answer was the following: he came once with whore, and I do not remember exactly when. He came in his car, and he was accompanied by his messenger. It is this time that I saw him sitting at the edge of the pit. And during this time, whore was in the house. And then, that is to say, another day, whore came to the edge of the pit as well and asked me to kill 4 other people. And I would like to stress, did you say to the judge that Duke and whore were not present at the same time at the edge of the pit? So therefore, when I said from time to time, what I meant was twice. This is exactly what you stated to the investigating judge. Do you remember this statement, Mr. Him Hui?
Him Hui, yes, I can recall it. I saw him on 2 occasions.
Mr. Hu, so therefore I remember that you saw him twice. Once at dawn at the edge of the pit, and another time in his car. Is that what you are telling us today?
Yes.
Mr. Hu, okay, we will stand by this, and I will leave it up to the chamber to come up with its opinion. I would like Mr. Him Hoi to return to your job, to your functions. I am not an expert, of course, in military affairs, so I would like you to please explain to me what was known as the special unit. What was special about this unit to which you belonged?
In the special unit, it was the word used by him. It was a special unit comprises of some special messengers who had been arrested. And for us, our group which were to receive the prisoners, we were ordered by Ho to be taught on how to make the arrest. And after our study sessions, we went to make the arrest as instructed by him, and it was called a special unit. This is my understanding of the special unit.
Mr. Hu, but before, when you were a combatant, did you receive any kind of training, any kind of special training when you were a combatant?
At that time, it was Ho who trained us on the special fighting in the Chinese style, and after that we put the training into practice. Actually, I was bitten in my jaw once and I stopped studying that Chinese style fighting.
Mr. Wu, so you said to the chamber that one day, because of outside circumstances and in particular the arrest of other people, you had become yourself a chief. Is that so?
The cadres who were arrested, and after their arrest, Ho assigned me to be the deputy chief of the company because so many people were already arrested, and our main task was to receive the prisoners. And sometimes when we had to make the arrest, sometimes we had to borrow forces from other units.
Mr. Hu, thank you very much, Mr. Him Hui. Try to answer my questions, please, and try not to repeat all the time that you were in charge of receiving the prisoners. We know that already. So, therefore, you became a deputy chief, and do you wish to remind the chamber how many men were under you, how many men were under your command?
I rose to be the deputy chief of the company, and actually I was only in charge in a group within that company as assigned by Ho, and with the exclusive task which was to receive the prisoners, and for the defense it was under Payne's exclusive task. And Sri was also in charge of another group in receiving the prisoners.
Mr. Hu, can you please answer my question? How many men were under your command?
There was only one group, and which was to receive the prisoners. I was only given to one group by Ho.
Mr. Hu, thank you very much, but a group of how many people, please?
Response. There were about 12 people in that group, 11 or 12 people, and that included the car repair, the car mechanic, the drivers, and a few staff.
Mr. Hu, so therefore I can say that you were leading a group of about 12 people, if I'm not mistaken. Correct interpreter. Mr. Him Hui, were you an authoritarian leader? How would you define yourself as a leader?
Response. I and my group was not authoritarian. as well as those guard group. We only implemented our task based on what we was assigned, and we did not dare oppose, otherwise we would be dead.
Mr. Hu, I understand perfectly well. You were indeed a soldier, which means indeed that you were receiving orders from your superiors, but that you were also giving orders to your subordinates. Is that so?
Response. I did not personally order the people in my group. It was Ho who would give the orders to our group, and sometimes he led our group, and then he would assign how many people would go with me or with him.
Mr. Hu, so therefore you are explaining to the chamber that you were the head of a group but that you were not giving them any orders. Is that so?
Response. Regarding the operation of the arrest, I did not make any personal orders because we were under the supervision of Ho, who sometimes personally involved in the operations.
Mr. Hu, but in military terms, as far as I know, Ho was giving you orders and you were giving orders to your subordinates. Am I right in saying that?
Response. In the military term, and as I said, how many members from my group were assigned to go, then I would organize my men to go. And the names of the team members were given to me. So I only received this order, then I would organize my members to proceed.
Mr. Hu, when you were at Chong Ek and when you were participating in the executions with your group, was it you who were giving orders to your men for the executions? Yes or no?
Response. When we transported them, we provided protection, and then we handed the prisoners to Tain's group, and it was Tain's group who dug the pit and who executed the prisoners. And it was clearly Dutch order for Tain's group to dig the pit and to execute the prisoners.
Mr. Hu, so you are trying to tell me that your men never partook in the executions?
Response. It was Tain's group who executed the prisoners, and their tasks were different from us. My main task was to transport the prisoners to him.
Mr. Hu, up until now I have understood, but you did not answer my question exactly. Well, since we're speaking about hierarchy, can you confirm to the chamber today the hierarchical order that you presented to the co-investigating judges when we were at Chung Ek on the 26th of February 2008, index D48/1, paragraph 7.1. And the witness, Him Hoi, describes what he understood of the hierarchy from back then. Duke was Hor's supervisor, Hor was Pal's supervisor, Pal was Peng's superior, Peng was Bu's supervisor. Is that so?
តើអញ្ចឹងពិតឬទេបាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបអ្នកដែលថ្នាក់លើផ្នែកការពារគឺតាហោ
Response.
ហើយ
Ho was the one at the higher level, and below him was Paul, and then Payne, and below Payne
តាំងពីទុយ
was Tui,
តាំងពីប៊ូ
Bu,
ក្នុងសតប្រធានហើយនឹងបញ្ជាការ
and
ហើយដល់ខ្ញុំ
they were
ប្រធាន
the
សន្តិដោយខ្លួន
chairman and commanders, and I myself was a provisional deputy chief.
ខ្ញុំពីរនាក់នៅក្រុមគ្នាប្រមាណអ្នកខាងលើហ្នឹង
And I worked under these few people.
Mr. Hu, regarding Peng, were you above him or were you under his orders?
នៅក្រោមបញ្ជាគាត់ឬក៏លោកនៅជាអ្នកបញ្ជាគាត់ខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាប
Response. Ho clearly set out our designated roles in Phnom Penh. He was within my unit under my leadership. When he was transferred to Chiang Ai, he was under the supervision directly of Ho, because I had the exclusive task of receiving the prisoners.
Mr. Hu, I would now like to revisit the scene that took place with Mr. Boomeng, the victim. Can you be a bit more specific and recount this scene to the chamber where you climbed on Boomeng's shoulders? Can you tell the chamber what happened?
ដែលថាលោកជិះលើស្មាលោកប៊ូមេងនោះថាតើលោកអាចបញ្យល់បន្ថែមទៀតមកថាភាពការនោះយ៉ាងម៉េចបាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបការលោកខ្ញុំមិនដឹងថា
At that time I did not know that it was a type of torture that I did on him, because I was only playful. I thought, how come he was so small, and he was a small man, and he already got a wife, and we joked whether he had the strength to do anything, and I wondered whether he could piggyback me, and he said yes. So then I hopped on him, and he could carry me, and I said, oh, he was pretty strong. And I did not intend to do any harm or to cause any injury or any damage to him.
Mr. Hu, did you find this fun, Mr. Him Hoi, to climb on Mr. Boomeng's shoulders? Did you find this amusing?
រីករាយទេពេលដែលលោកបានធ្វើបែបនោះដោយថាជិះស្មាគាត់ជិះលើកគាត់នោះបាទពេលហ្នឹងគឺជាទេ
At that time,
អ្នកថាខ្លាំងអ្នកថាមិនជឿ
because we talked amongst ourselves whether he was strong or not, and in order to prove the point, then I hopped on him and he could carry me. And my intention was to test his strength, and that was all.
Mr. Hu, and do you believe that he enjoyed that? Do you think that he found that amusing?
តើលោកគិតថាលោកប៊ូមេងនេះគាត់ពេញចិត្តនឹងប្រកួតពាក្យសម្ដីមួយលោកចឹងទេពេលនោះបាទកាលនោះគាត់
Response. At that time he said he was strong and that he could carry me. That's what was his words, and he actually did it. And I was joking at the time. I did not threat him in any way.
Mr. Hu, for you it might have been a joke, but for him it probably less so.
ប៉ុន្តែចំពោះគាត់វិញគាត់គិតខុសពីលោក
Response: I think I have said enough.
En effet.
Indeed. So, since we are here with Mr. Bumeng, I am therefore going to read out this passage that we spoke about this morning. So we are therefore on the 27th of February 2008, that's to say a little bit over a year ago, and we're at Tu Sling with the co-investigating judges, and the written record, and it is indexed D48/2, and in paragraph 8.7 it states the following. The civil party, Bumeng, confirmed this. He described the torture he underwent. He was told to lie down. He said that he was beaten by Him Hui, Peng, Tit, Mam Nai, and Hor with bamboo sticks and rattan sticks. He said that they showed him a number of sticks and asked him to choose which ones they should use to beat him. He said that they struck him in the back, but he would turn around to escape the blows, and they struck him on other parts of his body. He showed scars on his back. He added, some of them said, open quote, do not torture him to death. We need him to make portraits of Pol Pot, close quote. Paragraph 8.8, witness Mam Nai said that he did not remember participating in an interrogation with Peng, Tit, or Hor. He was assigned to interrogating Vietnamese nationals. Paragraph 8.9, witness Him Hui admitted to participating in interrogations and torture, adding that normally he was not supposed to do interrogations and that his duty was only to stand guard outside. He said that, and here the co-investigating judges put this in quotes, that is to say that they are quoting you. So he said, open quote, he had forgotten this, but he acknowledged that it was true, closed quote. So, Mr. Him Hui, was this a game when you asked Bumeng to carry you on his shoulders? Was this as well a game?
លោកសុំឲ្យលោកប៊ូមេងមកទៀបឲ្យជិះពីលើគាត់នោះជាលបែងលេងសើចដែរឬទេ
I keep repeating saying this. Actually, I did not mean actually to hurt him. It was for fun only, and I was not part of any interrogation team.
Monsieur Him Hui,
Council Hu,
vous vous êtes
Mr. Him Hui,
présenté ce matin comme une victime.
This morning, you spoke of yourself as a victim who was seeking justice. And I will readily agree with you that you had not chosen to be in the situation in which you found yourself. But would it be correct for me to say that this criminal system in which you participated was able to work because at every level there was a chief, be it small or big, who received, who executed and issued criminal orders?
Him Hoi, I don't think I understand your question. Could you please repeat it?
Je vais essayer de la faire plus simple.
I will try and simplify my question, says Councilwoman. Duke said a few moments ago that you were a cadre with rank and part of a platoon. Would you agree with me to say that that each person in the chain of command played his role, and that each person belonged to a criminal system? By obeying the orders issued by superiors and by executing orders issued by superiors.
Him Hoi, I can say that everyone at that place had to listen to orders, otherwise we would be killed.
Monsieur Him Hoi,
Council.
S21.
Mr. Him Hoi, under who was responsible for S21? Who was the leader, the head of S21? Do you know?
Monsieur Him Hoi,
Council.
S21.
Mr. Him Hoi, under who was responsible for S21? Who was the leader, the head of S21? Do you know?
Him Hoi, of course I do. Deutsch was the chairman of S21.
Et ma question était au-dessus de S21, qui avait-il?
And my question is, who was above S21?
Him Hoi. It was Son Sen, and I don't know who else.
Monsieur Him Hoi,
Council.
vous avez eu, dans le cadre de vos fonctions,
Mr. Him Hoi,
la possibilité de vous sortir de Phnom Penh.
you had, because of your responsibilities, the possibility of moving around the country, of leaving Phnom Penh, of moving close to the border with Vietnam. And you told us that you did not like your job, that you were afraid. Why did you not flee? Why did you not desert as other people did when you were close to the border?
ដោយដែលបុគ្គលដទៃទៀតបានធ្វើនៅពេលដែលលោកទៅដល់ក្បែរព្រំដែនហើយនោះ
បាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបថា
Him Hoi.
ពេលនោះគឺកងទ័ពខ្មែរ
At that time, the Khmer soldiers were fighting with the Vietnamese soldiers. How could I deserted my group to join the other side of the border of the army? And as I already stated clearly that I asked once Sun Sen that I be transferred to work in the military, and I was scared of being assigned a duty at S21. The request which I was rejected, and when I was challenged whether I would dare enough to fight the Vietnamese, I said yes, I would be brave enough. But then I said I would be dying in the battlefield rather than dying in the prison.
Et donc, ce que vous dites aujourd'hui à la Chambre, c'est que bien que...
So what you are now telling the trial chamber is that despite the fact that you had access to vehicles, to trucks that would have allowed you to leave Phnom Penh, that you had access to a laissez-passer that would have allowed you to leave Phnom Penh, that despite all of this, you felt that you could not flee from S21. Is that correct?
បាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបថា
Him
ទោះបី
Hoi.
ខ្ញុំមានលេខនៅ
Although I got
ខ្ញុំមានការខ្ញុំដែរ
these letters, I think I was not the one who had the letters. It was another person who was in charge of taking hold of those paperwork, and I knew that even I tried to flee S21, I would be ended up being arrested, because where would I go? Going into the enemy's territory, and if I was arrested, what would happen to my family and the rest?
Ou bien, si je m'enfuyais, qu'est-ce qu'il adviendrait de ma famille et de mes proches?
Et c'est pour ça qu'aujourd'hui, vous pensez que vous avez été vous-même victime.
And that is why you feel that you were also a victim of that system. Is that correct?
Him Hoi. We all were victims, are victims. Although we had been working hard, I could see that more and more of us would have been arrested and killed after all. And if I were allowed to be in the military and that I was admitted in the military, I would choose to leave the prison and the duty at the prison. I knew that it's tough here, but I was not granted such request to the military.
Et vous savez que l'ancien directeur de S21,
and you know that the former director of S21, Nat, that he was himself killed at S21. Do you know that?
Him Hoi, could you please say again who are you referring to here?
L'ancien directeur de S21,
The
Nat.
former chairman of S21, Nat.
Him Hoi. Nat was not detained at S21. I have no idea where he had been detained.
Je peux vous répondre, il a été écroué
I can answer. He was detained and executed at S21 after having been the chairman of S21. Thank you, witness. I have finished.
The President, do other judges of the bench wish to put further questions to this witness? Judge Levenge, you take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, I would like to ask a question not to the witness but to the accused, if I may. Mr. Kangek-ew, can you please confirm that the witness was forced to leave the S21 staff and had to go to Pressar? And if your answer is yes, can you tell us who decided that he should be dismissed, why he was dismissed? Was it because he required re-education, and why did he need to be re-educated?
The accused. Your Honor, since I became the chairman of S21, I noted that Comrade Hui, this witness who is right in front of the chamber, was the deputy of the platoon of the special force, and the special force or unit was used by three of us, I myself, Nad, and Comrade Ho. Even my superior Sun Sen also used it. And yesterday the witness said during the war they used the term to refer to this unit as the offensive or attack unit. And later on, Hui was the deputy of that platoon, the platoon which I and Comrade Hui trusted, and I had used this person until the 7th of January 1979 when the Vietnamese came, and I already made it clear earlier already. Thank you.
Je ne suis pas sûr que vous ayez bien compris ma question.
I'm not sure you fully understood my question. The witness has told us that towards the middle of 1978 he left and ended up in Pressar. What I want to know is the following. He was no longer deputy of the special unit. Was this a decision that was made that he required re-education, and who decided to send him to Pressar?
The accused. Your Honor, I was answering more indirectly. It means I saw this individual working with us until the 7th of January, and that Ho and I myself did not send this witness to the rice field or to Presar.
à la rizière ni à Pressar.
Donc, selon vous, il ne dit pas tout à fait la vérité.
So, in your view, he's not speaking the whole truth.
The accused. I still confirm that this individual was the cadre trusted by the cadres of S21. So, his testimony regarding this matter is not very convinced because there is no evidence. The President, we note the prosecutor is on his feet while the judge is putting questions to the accused.
I apologise, Your Honour. I thought Judge Ludvern had finished, so I will wait.
La seule chose, c'est que je souhaiterais peut-être que M. Im Hui...
I would like that Mr. Him Hui, I would like him to have the opportunity to answer to what Doik has said, but at the present time I don't have any further questions to ask Mr. Doik.
Donc, est-ce que le témoin...
Judge Lavagna, Mr. Witness, Mr. Him Hui, have you heard what the accused has just said, that in his view you continued to work at S21 and you continued to hold the responsibilities of deputy of the special unit, and this up until the 7th of January? Is this, do you believe that this is the truth, or do you stand by what you said earlier?
Et si vous le maintenez,
and if you do stand by what you said earlier, can you tell us if you were arrested and under what circumstances you were taken to prison?
I was removed in mid-1978, along with the other groups of the Guard, to work at the rice field to build the dikes, and then we requested for cows and oxen so that we could use them to help plow the earth. And I was made to help irrigate irrigate water for the rice field until the rice was ripened, and the Vietnamese came. Dutch, Peng and Horse Clique were on running to Cham Ca Dong area, and they told me about this, and we at that moment could not even have any opportunity to eat our meals, but we had to also leave in a hurry. I could only grab a hammock, and then we went to Presar, in the location, and then we left. I never been again back to S21 in Phnom Penh, and I bet my life if I will ever be sent back to S21.
Que ce soit bien clair pour la Cour.
Mr. Him Hoi, I'm trying to make sure that the trial chamber understands clearly. When you were sent to the rice field, was that Presar? Were you sent there because you needed to be re-educated? And were you sent there because you had been arrested, or did you go there of your own volition?
Him Hoi, I was put to plant rice in Phnom Penh because I was told that Comrade Nguyen implicated me in his confession, and that later on I was so afraid that I would one day be rearrested and sent to be executed at S21. And because when Hoi was arrested, I knew that the time, it's just a matter of time that I would to be arrested.
Alors, vous n'avez toujours pas répondu à ma question.
Josephine, you still have not answered my question. You were assigned to the rice field in Presar. The rice fields were in Presar. And so to be clear, were you arrested when you were sent to Presar?
Him Hoi, no, I was not arrested. Ho did send me there.
Comment êtes-vous allé là-bas?
How did you go there?
Et là-bas, c'est Pressar ou c'est pas Pressar?
And when you say there, is that location, is the location of there, Presar?
Him Hoi, I was sent to the location which is not at Presar, but to the south of Cheung Ag, and I was working in the rice fields even further to the other direction of Lon Non's house.
Est-ce que vous étiez placé sous la surveillance de quelqu'un?
Were you being monitored by anyone at the time? Huisre, of the rice fields, was he still in charge?
Brother Hoi was still at the rice field, and I worked at somewhere near Cheung Ag. One day, Ho, through his messenger, with a truck, asked me to come back. And I asked the messenger why I would be called back, and I did not get the answer, and I told myself that I would be arrested, and I was so afraid that I turned my hands and legs become cool then, and I was asked to go into a house, and I realized that that's it, I would be arrested, and then I was told that I had to only mind my business, that if I was assigned to work in the rice field, then I needed to only know the things at the rice field, nothing but the rice field. And I was surprised to learn that just a small thing like that, I would be called to go into the house, and I was so scared. I thought to myself, if the letter would be written, that would be good, instead of having people coming to call me.
Si j'ai bien compris,
Judge Levin, if I have understood you correctly, Hui Sre was still in charge when you were at the rice field. Is that what you have just said? This would mean that you no longer had responsibilities at the special unit when Hui Sre was arrested. And you did not participate, or you were not involved in Hui Sre's arrest. You weren't in the house in which he was arrested.
My house was to the east of London's house in which Hui Sre was arrested. I was just warned that I would be put to plant rice and that I would not be taken back to Phnom Penh. And I had been working there until the deliberation day.
Encore une fois, Monsieur Im Hui.
Judge Levin, once again, Mr. Him Hoi. When Hui Sre was arrested, what were your duties at the time? Were you still in your post at the special unit, or were you in the rice field? And if you were in the rice field, did you continue to live in your own house?
Each group had a house to live in. Brother Hui was arrested just a few months before the Liberation Day.
Quelles étaient vos fonctions à ce moment-là?
Judge Lavanya, what were your duties at the time? What did you do at the time?
Him Hui, I was not on duty at all because only the people or forces from Phnom Penh would conduct such arrest.
Donc vous n'avez été impliqué en aucune
Judge Levin, so you were not involved in any way in this arrest. So how did you find out about the arrest, and why, and who replaced Hui Sre?
Him Hui. I had not known when Hui Sre was arrested, only later on when we could learn from one another, and then another person replaced him. The President, the co-prosecutor, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this witness has given a large amount of evidence in relation to the rift between Hor and Doik. And as Your Honours have heard, when the accused made observations of his testimony, he said that I believe most of it is true, apart from some shortcomings which he stated. Also, in the examination of this witness, no challenge was put to the fact of this rift between Hor and Doik. I think it would be useful, Your Honours, if it's put to the accused, was there in fact a rift between Hor and Doik? Secondly, was in fact Doik investigating Hor at the time, at the end of S21's duration? And thirdly, did Doik kill Ho? And fourthly, if he didn't kill Ho, who did and how did he die? Those matters haven't been put to Duik, and unless they're asked, I think we might be in a situation where Your Honours will have less evidence than you might need to resolve that matter, because it's an important matter in the case. I would ask that that question be put to the accused.
Dear President, I noticed the presence of the Defense Counsel. You may proceed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I regret that the co-prosecutors had not put this question when it was their turn to speak. So if the co-prosecutors wish to speak after the defense, well, the defense will ask for at least an equivalent amount of speech time, but this will have to stop at one point. You had enough time to put questions.
The President, the co-prosecutor, you are not allowed to speak now. The hearing of the testimony of the witness Hum Hui is considered to come to an end by the chamber now. And Mr. Hum Hui, the chamber would like to thank you for participating in the hearings as summoned by the chamber for you to provide the testimony. The chamber acknowledges the difficulty by you during the times of the testimony that you have to answer several questions raised by both the chamber and the parties. In addition, the facts occurred more than 30 years ago, and it is difficult for you to recollect every detail. However, the chamber would like to thank you for your testimony. The court officer, can you provide necessary arrangement for the witness to return to his residence? The chamber would like now to take 20 minutes break until 3:20. During this time, the chamber would like to remind the public audience that, according to the schedule, and the chamber needs to have an in-camera hearing amongst the parties of the proceedings as requested by the International Co-Prosecutor this morning. When the chamber resumes, it will hold an in-camera hearing to discuss the technical nature of the proceedings. So all the parties to the proceedings are reminded to participate in the in-camera hearing after the break. The President, the public audience The Chamber would like to inform you that the Chamber will not hear any testimony of the witness this afternoon due to the shortage of time. And after the break, when the Chamber resumes, it will discuss technical nature of the proceedings in camera, and you are not required to be here. You may participate in the hearing tomorrow.